Hello. Which says the ad is gone. So, hello. I found out today that my PC has AIDS, and I'm dying. I don't know why my PC has AIDS. I don't know who gave it that, you know, but it sucks. Why does it have that? I don't know why. But, I'm gonna play this. Hello. Hi, Cyrus, how's it going? Are you ready for Splatoon? Oh, wait, Cyrus, I had to tell you, I think we're gonna do the crystal missions because I still haven't done shit with the Primo Splatter Shot. So I'm fucking, I need to level that shit up, and I have no money. So yeah, it's going well, that's good. Yeah, my PC has AIDS, I don't know what to do about that. It just does, you know? I can't really do anything about that. It might die or something, I don't know. Who knows, it might crash during the stream. And that'll suck. But yeah. Anyway, you know what, I'm just gonna start. I just want to start. I don't really want to do anything else. I don't really want to speak. I don't want to talk. Like, I have nothing else to talk about. I kind of did nothing today. I woke up really late today, actually. What time did I wake up today? I woke up like at 12 today. It was so bad. I never do that. Oh my god. And I went to bed like, not even like that late. I went to bed at like 1 PM and I just could not wake up for some reason. Hello, Leiru. How do I start the lobby? Do I have to go here every single time to start the lobby? I don't think I do, right? Oh my god, I almost killed myself. I didn't kill myself. But I don't think I do, right? Oh, I do. Wait, that's crazy. Wait, why do I have to do... What the fuck? I don't want to go over here. Whatever. Am I even connected? I am. You know the password, Cyrus. you know the password. You know the fucking password, bro. But yeah. I do just be dying. And I need money. Not real money, I need in-game money. So I can buy things in the in-game shop. So I can like... Where is it? Level this shit up. How much can I level this up? 2? Okay, fine. Is it powerful? Oh my god, it did the thing. No, it's not powerful. Whatever. I'll just kill myself, I guess, bro. What the fuck? But yeah, I could not wake up, bro. I really could not. It was wild. It was wild what happened to me last night. I did nothing last night. All I did last night was... Bro, I don't even remember when I went to bed. It was like at 1 or 2 a.m. I don't fucking know. My sleep schedule has been fucked, if you couldn't tell. So yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. I just need to do these crystal missions. I need the crystal meth so I can, level up my shit. I don't know why they want crystal meth, but, you know. I guess we don't ask.
There you go. Have a head.
Hi, Astral. You know, sometimes when I watch Breaking Bad... Actually, I shouldn't... I don't think I should admit this, never mind. I don't want the FBI to, like, come knocking at my door, you know? What the fuck is happening? I can't tell. Oh my god, I haven't played this game in so long. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I need to murder. That's it. Yes, that's what I need to do. I need to murder. Okay, you know what? I'll say it. Sometimes when I watch Breaking Bad, I'm just like, wow, I should start smoking meth as well. Yep. Yep. Bad influence, I should say. But also, I'm Mexican, so maybe it's just a part of me to do meth. I don't know. Can this guy fucking die? Thank you. Yeah, I can't tell what the fuck is happening anywhere, bruh. You know, I might be too tired for this game, because this game is just kind of like color vomit, actually. But also, it's kind of funny. Oh my god, I almost killed myself. It's kind of... Wait. How do I get up there? Oh wait, I know how I get up there. Yeah, I never got this. I thought you were Belgian. Are you stupid? I had to ask this, are you stupid? Like, is there something wrong with your frontal lobe? I do have to ask. Because I think there is something wrong with your frontal lobe, and I think you should get it checked out. Like, no offense. But I think I do have to ask. Give me the crystals. Wait, why are we collecting the crystals again? Hi, Squid. Hello, COVID. How's it going? You just think everyone's... Okay, so there is something wrong with your frontal lobe then. Okay, good. We identified the problem. And okay, now the next step is fixing the problem. And what you should do is either you buy a gun and point it at your head, or you can go to the doctor. One of the two. I'm not telling you which one's the right solution. That's your choice. But you could do either of them. Wait, what's left? Oh. I did not see, bro. Actually, this is good, because I need crystals, like I said. I need the meth. Give me the best. Wait, no, he needs to die. He needs to die. Oh my god, Cyrus, you legend. Oh my god. I had no wig. Okay, I'll use this. Hi, Kuja, how's it going? Bro, Cyrus is like carrying me every single time. I don't know what it is. Cyrus is just a carrier, I don't know. I don't know if you bullied me on... I don't know what the fuck that was. Bye. Wait, oh yeah, we should get out the crystals. I was gonna say, I don't know if we should get all the crystals, like max out the crystals, because, you know, I don't like it, but also I need money. So it's like, whatever. I don't care. Wait, I can't use my axe? What the fuck? Why? Why can't I use... Oh wait, no, I can use my axe now. Okay, whatever. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm so stressed, I don't know why. Bro, Cyrus, you legend again? What the fuck? Where the fuck is this guy? Okay, yes. Yay. I love the crystal meth. It's money. I don't know why it's even blue. Oh my god, I'm so brain rotted. What the fuck is this? Sorry. I'm sorry I'm brain rotted. I'm sorry, this isn't the way. This is how it has to be. This guy won't fucking die. Okay, he's dead. No, Cyrus. Oh, this makes a lot of sense, actually, why we're dying. Yeah, okay. You know, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Okay. Can you guys even tell what's going on? Sometimes I can, and then I'm just like, oh, wait. I don't actually know. I'm just kind of doing shit, you know? Oh, wait, you know what? Fuck it, I don't care. Yay. I don't care, bro. But yeah, sometimes it's like, I can tell what's going on, and then other times I'm just like, I can't tell what's going on. So, I don't know. I don't know how people feel about watching Splatoon, because I feel like most of the time, you don't know what's going on. You see lots of pink? Well, I am pink. I'm pussy pink. That's the color this is. That's not what this is, actually. I think pussy pink is like a lot lighter, but, you know, whatever. We're speaking in hypotheticals, I think. Every time it's happening in this game, you get instantly overstimulated. See, that's why regular Splatoon's fine. Yeah, it's because... Okay, it's because of our build, because everyone has fucking satellites. And like, well, you see, like, with this combined with like the splashdowns and everything, it's like, yeah, whatever. You see, this is definitely a TikTok game. I don't know. And they made this for one specific type of audience, and that audience is me. I'm part of it. It's like, what the fuck do I do? You know? I know what I am. Will you guys accept me for what I am, though? That's the question. You know, saying no is also valid, but I would appreciate it if you said yes. Who's alive? Oh, is it a Rizzler? It is a Rizzler. Oh my fucking god. Fuck this guy. I am a zoomer. I will say. I am a zoomer. And like, what the fuck is it? Oh. And I don't know. I feel like I should be accepted for what I am, despite what I am. You know? This is why we have a lot of hatred in the world. All this discrimination. Why miss all this discrimination, you know? It's not healthy. I am 22 years old. Oh my god. I don't know where anything is. Oh, I see him. Yeah, can you die, sir? Yay! Did I get another? Oh my god, wait. Wait, I got another Primo? Wait, what do I do with 2 of them? Hey, right, you guys. Zoomers for being turbo. It's true, actually. When I get old, I'm just gonna make fun of I'm just gonna make fun of people younger than me. I know no one younger than me though. Not so I just act. What is happening? I just act a certain way. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god, gold. Gold is good. That is what this means. I leveled up apparently. Oh my god. I'm dead. Back in my day, things were bad. Now they're worse. For real. Actually real. You know, at least I don't say slurs. Actually, I do say slurs, but I can say them, just not on stream. But you know, at least I'm not like that. No, the amount of times I've almost said like, you know, a slur I can say obviously on stream is, I don't know. I feel like I should like not. But I do. Okay, which one? I can't tell which one's more powerful. Because both are primo, but... Advanced shooter optimized for max range and ink coverage. But I want max rate of fire. Oh my god, yes! Wait, yeah, this is way better. Bro, I don't fucking care about... Yeah, whatever. Give me this one. I can't do anything, I have no money. I'm poor. What do you want me to do? I'm poor, bro. And then how fast are millennials soon be turning to boomers and complain about new stuff. I mean, that's been happening. I don't know. Wait, which one's primo? Oh, this. Oh, it's just this, but... Should I just sell this one then? I feel like no matter what, this one won't get... Cause this is... Yeah. Actually, it might have been 420. Oh, it definitely was 427. This is 4... Yeah, okay. So then... But what does this one have? I don't care. I don't care. And I don't care. Okay, so... Yeah, I just better out doing this one. But I had to change it to ferment. That's the thing. That's why this one's so good, because that's ferment. I had to change this one to ferment. And then, okay, I see. I understand. While also only leveling up that one, but whatever. I need Crexy to come here. No, wait. I chose the wrong one. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like once you get to that age where you just complain about people, like you're just gone. Like you should just like be turned into dust. You should actually just die at that point, but you know, whatever. For some people, it's younger than, yeah. It's younger than others for some people. But it's like, you know, I don't know. I feel like we just start blaming like people younger than you, then you're just like far gone. Cause it's not like your generation also did that shit too, you know. That's why. That's my logic. Cause you know your generation obviously like did that shit is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I can't speak today. I just want to play Splatoon. Bro, I'm playing a children's game. Like, what do you think I am? I'm not like, you know... I'm not good enough to be talking about this. I'm playing a game made for children. I just want to kill, that's it. That's all I want to do. I play this game because I want to murder. Like, what? What do you want from me? I don't remember which of my abilities do which. Because I don't know. Making more and faster. That's so funny. That's so funny. Bro. That's a never mind. I feel like because I'm tired, I'm gonna be saying never mind a lot more. Bro, when I'm tired, I have no filter. It's actually egregious. And I had to remember, oh wait, I'm streaming. I had to have a filter. I should be optimizing its own demise. I mean, a lot of it is also because, you know, the people in power, they lie to you, obviously. They lie to you about, like, you know, what's correct for the planet and stuff, but, like, nobody really seems to also care. I feel like the problem is people are too complacent nowadays. And we don't really want to change. Like, we say we want to change, we have to change, but only, like... There's only very few people that actually want to change. I guess. Yeah, fact checking. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just look at fucking Benji over here, bruh. Like, the amount of fucking liberals that just instantly believe anything they say is just insane. Like, that's what I mean. I mean, it's just not liberals. It's like, you know, everyone, but still, just like, bro. It's crazy. Fucking Benji over here, bro. I hate that that became an inside joke. I actually hate it. I hate it so much. It's such a stupid fucking inside joke. It's funny, but oh my god. It's so fucking stupid. I can't tell what's happening. That's the best kind. Okay, so if you want to know, we have a friend. And I don't even know who started it, but someone called, like, then Yahoo, like, Benji, just to, like, you know, kind of joke that they were close. And, like, bro, it was just so fucked. It was so stupid. I don't even know who said it first. Oh, I'm dead. Bye. I'm dead. Classic, yeah, classic Benji. Fucking kill it. He distracted me. He distracted me and got me killed, bro. No, I've always said, like, fucked up things about this game, too. And I've had to stop myself from saying them. Because, you know, I remember, oh, wait, I'm streaming. I don't know, maybe I'm just in an edgy mood today. And maybe that's just it. I almost killed myself, but maybe that's just it. I think I'm definitely just in an edgy mood today. Sometimes you get in those moods. I don't know. Why'd I get another Primo? Oh wait, that's not Primo, that's just 5-star, whatever. You just turn into an edgy streamer? I've been an edgy streamer, what do you mean? Have you not heard anything I've said? The last couple of streams? I mean, if you want me to go full edgies, and you know, I'd like, or grifter, I should say, I'd like turn to a lolly VTuber, but like, I'm not doing that. Ouch, I'm dead. I don't know, for me, I think it's funny, because like, I'm the most woke person you could probably ever meet, and you know, I say some of the most egregious shit you'd probably ever heard. I'm basically like, okay, you know that image where it's like, act like a chud, think like a woke? That's literally me. That's literally me. Like, I relate to that image so much. That's actually just literally me. I act like a chud, but oh my god, I'm like, probably like the most woke person you could ever meet. Now, Leiru, on the other hand... Okay, never mind. I won't slander my goat. Even though I want to slander him. Because it's funny. I just love lying, too. You have one controversial opinion? What's your controversial opinion? Maybe you shouldn't say actually, but I'm so curious. You shan't say. Okay, can you DM it to me? Oh wait, is it about you hating women? Cause like that's valid, you know, but what? I got another. Oh my god. I got a fucking another. Oh my god. I got a 5-star Smash Shot Junior again. Now, what's your actual thoughts on that whole. Okay. That'd be a fucked up clip to make. I mean, we've been know that my moderator hates women. It's fine. Bro says he hates women, and yet he only wants for women. Let's think about this for a second. This has been yeah. It's just my classic misogynist moderator. It's fine. Oh my god, we might lose. Oh my god, this raid. I hate the Rizzler, bro. Oh, wow. We need to kill one more thing. I think I found the thing we can kill. Okay, no, that wasn't it. You know what, I'll just go over here, I'll kill this thing, and like, we'll leave, you know? That's it. I'll just kill one thing, and then we'll leave. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Actually, wait, I could just do this too. I have to heal, 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 I have to heal. Okay, there we go. Yay. Sorry, the fuck out of you. I did all that for myself. Hang on, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Oh, we had to kill them. Oh my god. I am so self-assured, I know. It also scales too, so like, you know. It was harder. It scales because there's more than one person here. That's what I mean. So yeah, it was also harder. I'm playing hard mode if you think about it. So you know, it's like, I don't know. I'm just like cool or something. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Look, I'm gonna do this and then, oh my god, I'm spamming the X button. This game is doing the Isaac run. Yeah, I know. Bro, it's Splatoon. I know. If I play Splatoon, the bitrate just gonna be garbage the entire stream. Like, I already know this. Trust me, when I played fucking when I played Splatoon 3, like when I used to, like, bro, the bitrate was so garbage every single time. It was so funny though. I loved it. I loved it. Do I have enough money? No, I don't. I need this shit to be as powerful as this. I need 20 more levels. Twitch doesn't give you shit for bitrate? Yeah, it doesn't. Actually, sometimes, when like my PC really hates a game, it'll say like encoding overload, and that's it. No way, Splatoon could look good at that. But like, that's only if it really hates like a computer game though that I'm playing. Like, let's see. Minecraft, actually, modern Minecraft is a big example. If I play modern Minecraft, like, with too many mods, I'll just get encoding overload so many times. It hates modern Minecraft. I don't know what's encoders anymore. Sometimes I just had to lower the graphics and it'll be fine. Other times, it's just like the game, like my PC hates this game. It's, I don't know, it's kind of stupid. But like, especially because of all the explosions like that, like those egg explosions when I collect the egg, like, bro, I know it hates that. Oh my god, Crexik, you're here, we can do bottomless shit now. We can go down the hole. I was just getting money. Seems like everyone is covering cutting and stuff happens and it's supposed to be separate. Yeah. Twitch is, I mean, OBS is kind of weird with things. Hi NB, how's it going? Do you like the TikTok game I'm playing? I love this TikTok game. How do I, oh my god. Bro, this is like Roblox if you think about it. Actually, I know there's a Roblox Splatoon game. But still, this is like Roblox if you think about it. It's as overstimulating. You got a signature sandwich? Whoa, that's cool. Oh, we have to kill someone. Oh, we have to kill that. Okay, you can kill that. I'll let you kill that. Yay. Whoa. But yeah, this is like Roblox if you think about it. Oh wait, I forgot, Larry, you also play with squares. Oh my god. You can play with squares with each other. You should play this game. Yeah, this game is really fun. It's kind of overstimulating at times, but honestly, like, I've been so addicted to this game. The only other game I've been like this addicted to is fucking Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, though, that should tell you something. Ouch. Okay, just get rid of this bitch. Get rid of this bitch. That did no damage, what the hell? Okay, whatever. Is everyone dead? Yay. But yeah, this game was so fun. Playing with squares? Yeah. I have 2 people that play with squares in my chat. You two can like talk about playing with squares or something. Actually, Cyrus, you used to play with squares too, right? I mean, you're playing with me right now, so you can't answer that. Are you getting hurt by the fucking wave? It sucks. I leveled up, bro. I need to kill this guy. I need to kill him. Thank you. I know. Actually, I'm so anal about audio. It's funny. Like I've been wanting to get a new headset because of this. Cause I'm so anal about audio. I don't know why I'm so anal about audio too. I just am. And that's why if anything audio-wise is just wrong, like I had to fix it. And I had to tell other people that their audio is bad too, if it is. I am that one person who always tells you like, oh yeah, your audio is bad. And I don't know if people appreciate that. I followed you, nice to meet you. Oh, hi Red Hot Dragon, how's it going? Thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. Yeah, I don't know why, sometimes Twitch doesn't, tell me someone followed. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, it's so weird. But I hope you're doing okay. Sorry if I can read chat, I'm, dying. Bro, he's giving me so much money! Yeah, I'm gonna be that person. I am that person. That is me. Jackpot? Oh my god, Devil May Cry. Is this a Devil May Cry reference? Bro, I haven't played DNC in so long. I've been wanting to replay DNC actually. Like when Larry, when you were replaying DNC 3, that made me want to re-download DNC 3 so bad. But I didn't. I didn't do that. What the fuck? Cyrus, what happened? What happened to you, Cyrus? How do I do anything? Oh, I go over here. You should play it again, it's a good game. Yeah, I know it's a good game. I played it. Once. But only once. DNC 5 on the other hand, that's my most played DNC game. I don't know how many times I played that game. It was a lot though. Wait, there's another one? What is this? Oh my god, a stringer. 5-star fucking stringer, bro. Yeah, it's kind of fucked that we had to kill his arms to kill him. But whatever. How do you get it? Well. But yeah, I played DNC 1, 2, 3, and 4 once. DNC 5, I played like 6 fucking times already, I think. I just love DNC 5, I don't know what to say. It's just a good game, I don't know what to say. Wait, we never got this? Oh my god, am I stupid? I don't answer that, I think I am. I can't go up here. Oh, I went up here. No comment. I'm fucking stupid, I know. Maybe little colon 3 is crazy.
There you go.
Thanks for the head pat. Oh wait, we had to kill this again. I like how we both never killed him. You can get the egg, I will get this. God, these levels take forever, I forgot. But like, there's such good grinding spots, cause look at how many crystals I'm getting. I'm getting so much crystal meth. Oh my god, Jesse, we're cooking so much. I'll kill him now. I killed him now. I'll kill this guy now. Oh, fuck this guy, bro. This guy deserves it. Look, he's shooting lasers. He's shooting his piss at me, bro. He deserves it. This guy also deserves it. Ouch. I don't know where that is. Oh, there it is. I was like, I think it's in front of me. I don't know where, but it is in front of me. You should watch Better Call Saul. I should watch Better Call Saul again. Actually, yesterday I watched episode 1. So I'm already watching it again. Who's still alive? Oh, the Rizzler. It's always the fucking Rizzler, bro. Okay, the Rizzler's dead. But then I had to edit, so I couldn't watch anymore. I did want to watch more, though. I love that show. If none of you have ever watched Better Call Saul, you should, like, watch it. If none of you have watched Breaking Bad, you should also watch it. I don't know, it's just a really good show. Both of them. Someone push me. I love how much movement this game gives you. This isn't even like the most I could do either. I could like change my build to be like way worse with the movement. Or better, depending how you feel it. I don't know. Something. It could be something. Wait, can you make a deal? Sure, what's the deal? Am I dealing with the devil right now? What's the deal? If you watch Heavenly Delusion, I'll watch Better Call Saul. Wait, was that the sad anime you told me to watch? Or is that another one? How come I did that? I saw the balloon was right there and I was like, I'm gonna use my axe. That'll be better. Oh my god, wait, that guy's there shooting me through the fucking machine gun. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. You know what? Sure. We can do this. I feel like one show is way longer than the other. But you know, sure, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, we could do that. Should I get these crystals? I should get these crystals. You go on ahead, Cyrus. I'll just get these crystals right now. You know, I forgot that was the gimmick of this level. It's a horrible trade for you. Yeah, it honestly is. Better Call Saul, I think, is 3 more episodes than Breaking Bad. So, you know. I think Breaking Bad is 65 episodes, and yeah, Better Call Saul is 69. The fact that I know that should tell you a lot, but you know, it's whatever. In fact, you know what? Don't worry about it. I know, it's kind of funny. I feel like I have nothing for like the upper arms. This is just like whatever. Like, yeah, my gun, but whatever. Should we get this? Sure, whatever. More crystals, bro. I need the money. Give me the fucking money. And now we'll get this. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, Krexik, you can join now. If you wanted to. I'm forcing you to join, actually. But yeah, Krexik, you can join now. I don't know how long this level was. It was forever. It felt forever. What? Oh yeah, I got a 5-star stringer. But I wish I liked stringers more. Cause they're so cool, but I just don't like them. The password is 6967. You're welcome. Breaking Bad was so good, and Better Call Saul is better, so you should watch Better Call Saul. In my opinion, Better Call Saul is better. I don't know, it's just something about it, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's a loser, and you know, I just like, oh my god, I'm also a fucking loser. I relate to this, but then, you know, Walt is also a loser, but he's a smart loser is the thing, so it's like, I don't know. I can't really relate to that. But Jimmy McGill, oh my god, he's a loser, and he's a dumbass. So it's like, what? I mean, Walt is also kind of a dumbass. Actually, no, the thing is, he's egotistical, and that's what makes him a dumbass. But, you know, it's like, whatever. You know what, we shouldn't, I don't know. That's- oh wait, I had to reopen, right. Sorry. Sorry, Crexy. Okay, you can join now. But yeah. I could, like, go on and on talking about both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. And, like, you know, why they're both great, why they're both bad. But the thing is, I feel like... I don't know how to describe this. I feel like Breaking Bad has so many cheesy moments the more I rewatch it. And just like, oh yeah, that was kind of stupid, or like something like that. And the thing that like puts people off of Better Call Saul a lot is the first 2 seasons are kind of slow. I will say that. The first 2 seasons are very slow. But I feel like after those 2 seasons, like it just basically picks up and like it just never stops. It basically just never stops. Watch me bring the team down. No. Don't think like that. You gotta think positive. I watched Pluribus? I watched Pluribus. But Pluribus is also slow. Hi Jade, how's it going? Thanks for the head pat. But I like Pluribus too, so I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be the same issue where... like, everyone was saying Pluribus is so fucking slow. I feel like... So I feel like it's gonna be the same issue as Better Call Saul, where like, the first few seasons are gonna be slow as fuck. And then after that, it's just, you know, never gonna stop. Like, they're gonna slam that pedal and like, there's no brakes anymore. At a certain point. So yeah, I don't know. You can ask me about most things, and chances are I probably watched them. Wait, actually, speaking of, oh my god, there's this new movie that looks so good that's coming out this fall. It's the fucking Chris Hansen movie. Have you seen it? It looks so good. I'm so glad they're like portraying him as a piece of shit. Cause oh my god. I think it's about time, bruh. I'm tired of Chris Hansen getting away with this shit, bruh. I'm surprised people didn't learn after he scanned people with fucking Onision. But you know, whatever. Like, it just looks like Nightcrawler, but like, you know, Chris Hansen, and I don't know, it looks so good. Whoever edited that trailer, like, I want to learn from them, because, bro, that actually, like, inspired me. Like, you ever just see an edit so good, and it's like, oh my god, I want to learn how to do that? That was me with that trailer. That trailer was edited so, like, beautifully. I feel like this is something only another editor can, like, relate to, but... yeah. Basically, I want to suck the dick of whoever edited the trailer. That's what I want to do. They deserve it. I don't know who it was, but they deserve it. It kind of sucks that editors never get credit for anything. They're just kind of there in the background, you know? No. Okay, I thought that was another fucking Primo splatter shot, but it's not. Yay. But yeah, it was so good. I love that shit. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like some people should just watch more movies. Not, oh my god. Not the, like, popular shit. Like, there's some people who literally only watch Marvel movies that exist. And, like, I don't know. There's some people who only watch, like, 3 movies a year, and I don't understand it. I watched 4 movies this year. That's crazy. Okay, no, that's not true. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I really don't understand it, because I don't know, maybe it's just me, because I am a big media person. I do watch a lot of shit. And it's just like, it's so many different genres I watch too. I don't just watch like one type of thing. Hi fandom, how's it going? Usually you just watch movies that are recommended to me from people I trust. I mean, I feel like I have a good track record with the movies I've recommended. I don't think I've ever had like a stinker. I think the one time I did, I said, oh yeah, this movie is bad, but do you want to watch it? And yeah. You're doing good. That's good. See, I told you, Craxic, we weren't let down. Oh wait, we're almost at 100. Oh my god. I forgot what that fucking movie was that we watched though. That was like bad. I know we watched a bad movie once, and I forgot if it was me who recommended it and said, oh yeah, this is bad, but I still want to watch it. Oh yeah, no, cause what was it? First Death on You. Fuck, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Cause I know this happened before, but I forgot if it was like with you or someone else. But sometimes I do recommend bad movies on purpose, just cause, I don't know, sometimes bad movies can be fun to watch. Like, I will say that, like, even bad movies, like, have their place. Like, they're fun to watch. Sometimes. Sometimes a movie just garbage, though, and, like, it brings nothing. It does nothing of value to your life. Sometimes you're just, like, so fucking bored watching that movie. And believe me, bro, I fucking, like, I don't know. I love Batman. I think that should tell you a lot. I think that should tell you a lot. Level up, guys. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, there's some, like, DC movies that are just so bad. It's so funny. To be fair though, I don't think there's ever been a bad Batman movie, unless you count Batman v Superman. But that's not, I don't know. I don't really count that as a Batman movie, because that's mainly Superman. And like, even the comic it takes inspiration from, and just, oh my god. Like, they barely did anything to Batman that they could have. I mean, yeah, they made him fucking kill, like, bro. What's hurting me? What's up, gamers? Hello. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Actually, wait, I forgot the fucking Schumacher movie exists. I kind of like erased them from my memory. I kind of did erase those movies from my memory, bro. I forgot they existed. I don't know how I forgot they existed. What is this? Oh my god, a primo fucking explosion. That is insane. That is actually insane. I feel like I'm not even the one getting all the eggs. Yeah, Primo Dynamo. I have so many Primo weapons right now. I have like 5, I think. Wait. Bro, we're doing so good. I should level up my gun. I need things. What is this? Wait, what does this do? Oh, I don't care about that. Get that away from me. Bro, I feel like I am so tight on money. To be fair, I could do this. Right, I forgot I could just do this. Sell everything. Sell everything. Yay, buddy. I literally forgot I could do that. Bro, it's still not enough. I'm so tight on money. I want to switch to this, but like... Bro, that's... Oh, that's actually just a 3k difference now. 3,000 damage isn't that much. I will change... I will change this though. To this. Oh my god, wait, that was so much money. Oh my god. What about 1 million damage? I think there's a build that does 1 million damage. It's a sniper though. And I don't have a Primo Sniper yet. I want a Primo Sniper so bad. I had to get lucky though. I'm not lucky. Oh, it's playing scary music now. I don't like that. Oh my god, this shit uses so much ink. Ouch. You know, I should have guessed that it used so much ink, but whatever. Where am I? But this shit shoots like so fast it doesn't even fucking matter. Oh. I was wondering, bro. Nice game. This is a nice game. New A animation, by the way. Oh my god. That's crazy. Bro, they've been animating so much recently. I wonder, like, what changed. Bro, maybe they saw, like, how much money they make with each animation. They're like, oh my god, I gotta do that shit, you know? Bills must be paid, you know? Get away from me! Oh yeah, this shit takes so much ink. I might need to... Oh my god, I might need to change my build to give me ink. I never had a problem with ink this much. I'm running out of ink. It don't work anymore, you know? When you get older, that's what happens. You just run out of ink. And it just don't work. It don't work as well as it used to. Oh my god, wait, that's a roller, that's a roller. I need you to blow up. Blow up! Oh my god. He was so close to blowing up. See, if that happened sooner, I wouldn't have died. I'm sorry, Krexic and Cyrus. I'm, like, distracted. But you know what? Whatever. It's fine. Larry, you have to give me the goon review. That's what we're gonna call it from now on. You have to give me the review. Oh my god, it's crazy. Okay, I was about to say, that didn't fucking freeze. Are you serious? No, let me get this, please. Thank you. I need ink. Yay! Bro, why haven't I been freezing? It actually sucks that I haven't been freezing. Okay, well that guy froze. Sure, whatever. I don't fucking care anymore. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Guys, I might be dead. Just cause I'm up there with no way to heal. Okay, there we go. You haven't seen it yet? You're gonna assume it's a banger? Probably. Like I said, it's the goon review. You gotta review it. And that's what you have to do. I can't kill. I feel like... Is this... Oh my god, I got a primo roller. I'm gonna kill myself. Why am I getting so much primo now? That's crazy. Did I just sell, like, some of these I'm not gonna use? Honestly, I probably should. Oh, it automatically locks fucking 5-star weapons. Oh, that's why. I was like, why can't I sell any of this? That's why. Okay, I'll probably just sell... Yeah, I'll probably just sell, like, the non-primo stuff. Bro, we only got primo in this bitch. That's it. Why'd I ever do this? I wasted money on that. Oh wait, that's primo. Okay, that's primo. Wait, I got 2 primo roller. Oh, wait, I do have a primo e-leader. It does 78k damage, full charge. Wait, if I... Oh my god. Okay, I wanna keep this. And that's primo. Wait, I have primo... What the hell? I have so much more primo than I thought. Wait. I have a primo Splatoon? When did that happen? I don't remember any of this. I actually don't remember any of this. And I got another primo charger. Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever. Yeah, I don't remember any of this. That gave me so much money, actually. Give me money, hey! Let me upgrade! 36? Okay, sure, whatever. That's good enough for me. Why are these locked? Wait, yeah, why are those locked? Give me this. Give me money. I need money. I'm so tight on money. I need money. That's it. I love money. I just need money, bro. How much does this do now? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. Wait, that's so cool. Yeah, whatever. Let's go. I remember how to play this game again. Let's go. Let's go. We're almost at floor 100. Let's go. I think there's a secret final boss at floor 100. Let's go. Sorry, I spoiled that probably. Unless it's not true. In which case, I'm spreading misinformation on the internet because I wanted to. And honestly, that's also okay. Never let them tell you that spreading misinformation is wrong. It's okay. Everyone does it, so you might as well do it too. That's how it works. Someone's dead. Ouch. Okay, yeah, bro. I basically just have an SMG. This is literally what this is. I have a mini SMG, bro. And honestly, that's fine by me. I froze this guy somehow. I didn't even know I had freeze. But I guess I do, so whatever. Kill him! Wait, Cyrus, are you on the... No, you're not. Oh, wait, that was the axe. I thought you had a Splatana. I was like, wait, Cyrus on the Splatana? That's crazy. Okay, we barely made it. Oh my god, that was so scary. I'm dying. Yeah, I might need to, I might level this shit up, bro. More. More than I already have been. I mean, it's a Primo Splash. That's gonna do a lot. And you see how much it shoots. So it's like, bro. I feel like this is gonna be so good. But it's just under leveled right now. Which sucks. It honestly really sucks, bro. But it's like, whatever. I can't shoot him. I shot him. I level up the permit too. But that's another big thing. Because if I just get permit on everything, like, bro. Everything will just die instantly. Like, that's honestly what'll happen. Oh my god, that's so insane. Okay, yay. Wait, what? Who died? What happened? What? Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. I love throwing for content. That's like my whole game plan. Yeah, see, I keep, I keep running out of ink because of how fast it shoots. Okay, that doesn't give me as much ink as I thought it did, but whatever. It's fine. It's honestly fine, whatever. Are you serious? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Oh my god, wait. Bro, so much to spawn, like, right here. Okay, whatever. Wait. So much to spawn, like, right there. I did not know what was happening, but whatever. It's fine, bro. I'll be doing shit. We're almost at 100. We're actually so close. What is this? Oh. Okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Close combat. You know, I could use that, maybe. I need the power tank shit. Like, bro, that's gonna be so good for me. Do I have close combat? No. Oh, wait, I do. You hate getting knocked off the mat. Did that happen to you again? Oh, no. Okay, I need to see if there's a... tank one. Ink consumed by weapon is reduced by 20% while using weapon. The area at your feet is inked a lot. Oh, my PC almost died. I don't know if you heard that. Like, I don't know if you saw what my model was doing, but my PC almost died. I think I'd get rid of this. Or... no, I'll get rid of this. Yeah, that's worse. These two, yeah, that's good for me with this weapon. Okay. $91. Oh my god, we're getting up there. Hey, remember when I said my PC has AIDS? Well, that almost came to effect. It almost fucking died. I'm gonna kill this guy. He just deserves it. Ouch. He honestly deserves it. I was shooting nothing for a bit. That was kind of bad. Where's Big Shot? There's Big Shot. I'm gonna die. Bro, I can't kill this guy. He's moving too much. Whatever. Okay, bruh. I can't do anything about this. I really can't. Oh my god. Yeah, now I'm not running out of ink, see? Yeah, sometimes you just have to change one thing and then like things become so much easier. Like that's honestly just it. This guy won't fucking die though. Okay, whatever. Why did you do that? What the fuck? I never heard that before. That part of the song? I've never heard that before. Is just my fall off that's like bad? I don't know what it is. It might be the fall off though. Okay. Oh, there's a Rizzler. I have to go back. Oh, I didn't even know he was... yeah, sure, whatever. I love calling them Rizzlers. You know, it makes, like, no sense. I mean, it does. They're called Drizzlers. But it still makes, like, no sense. But they're the Rizzler to me. That's what it is. Bro. 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 Yay. Bro, I think we're just good. I think me, Cyrus, and Krexik are like, I don't know, the best team on fucking Splatoon Raiders. I think that's literally just it. I think that's it. I don't know what else. I really don't know what else. I can't see the wave. Okay, sure, whatever. I ran out of ink. Bro, kill him. We need to kill him. We need to kill him. We need to kill him, like, right now. Yes. Oh my god, there's a second wave. I didn't see that. Okay, you're dead. I'm gonna kill this guy because he's annoying. Okay, maybe I can't. Why? Okay, sure, whatever. I forgot I'm doing no damage now because I changed my shit, right? I gotta remember that. Okay, now you're dead. Those random misses fucking kill me. Or like almost kill me. Yippee! I missed. See, I told you, we're just so good. I don't know what it is. I don't know what else to say. Like, we're just so good, I don't know. I love it. I love how good we are. What this? I don't need this, but what this? Okay, let me see how much I can upgrade. Because it probably... Yep, I knew it. I can't upgrade at all, actually. 10,000. I mean, it's only 1k more. So I'd still be struggling, but still. First 5-star bull. Oh my god, yay! Let's go. Wait, your first 5-star? Wait. Oh wait, Bell. Okay, you probably gotten a 5-star before, right? Is it Primo, though? That's the real question. Because it does need to be Primo for it to be good. The best, I should say. Because yeah, the best weapons in this game are Primo. It's a little weird, but you know. That's just how it be. They should just made like a 6-star tier, I don't know. But yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Bro, I like how the splash shot looks too. Like, I don't know, it has more aura than the fucking bottle splatter shot. Even though it is a bottle splatter shot, this one's a glass bottle, so it has more aura actually. That's how it works. The other one's a plastic bottle, so it has no aura. But this one's a glass bottle, so it has aura. That's how it works. I don't know if you knew this, but wait, it freezes? I didn't know it froze. I thought I took freeze off. Oh wait, no, I took scorch off, right. Cause I have ferment, but I just want to ferment everything. I don't want to freeze them. Oh no, freeze is also good. But yeah, whatever. I also had the ferment explosion thing, because that's funny. I love blowing things up, cause it's funny. I think we should blow more things up, because it's funny. Oh my god, these missiles. Oh right, it stacks too, so it's not even like bad to have this. Wait. I forgot it's stacked. I can't kill you anymore. Okay, maybe freeze is only bad on like steelhead. I swear to god. Nothing else is it like that bad on. I feel like I wasted this. I don't know though. Maybe. Maybe I did. Please let me do something. Okay, thank you. I wanted to like go under the disc so it would kill everything, and then it just didn't. I couldn't. Everything was just right there. I'm gonna kill this thing. Bye. Always kill those things. Always kill those things. Nothing deserves it more than those things. I swear to fuck. Maybe the Rizzlers. But that's it. Oh my god, there's no way. There's no way I did that. You take so much damage, bro. I hate you. I hate the Rizzlers. I thought I could use that, but guess not. Ouch. Oh my god. I feel like I killed someone there accidentally. Yippee, ouch. Yippee! I almost... Yeah, I think I killed, like, whoever was on the disc with me. I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I don't know who that was, but I'm so sorry. Damn, bro, that didn't know shit. That didn't know damage to his arm. I thought I was healed already. I wasn't. He does it twice? Oh my god, I didn't know that. I thought he only did it once. No, this shit needs to go, this arm. This arm needs to fucking go. Yeah, there we go. And then that one needs to go. And then that one needs to go. And then... No, someone died. That wasn't me. To be fair, I almost killed myself, but it wasn't me. Yeah, that last one was, rough. That last one was rough. Can I scrap, like, gadgets I don't want? No, okay. I mean, sure, whatever, but... You guys just... died just then? I didn't die. I only died, once. And it was on the last round. I don't know who it was. But honestly... Oh, there's still no 4-1. Both died, let's see... I'll probably just get rid of everything again. Like all this. I don't know why I haven't gotten rid of you. Get rid of this shit, I need money. I can only upgrade it once, bro. Oh, no, that's not worth it, bro. Wait, is it? Wait, how much does it do? Oh. Oh wait, no. Only 20 more. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me then. Sure, whatever. I'll just do this. Besides, the more we kill, the more money I get. It's a win-win. Yeah. Hi, Sus, how are you? Hi, Blade, how's it going? We're playing Splatoon. I'm fucking dying. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Yes, that's what I wanted. Yes. Oh, they're off frozen. What the fuck? That's crazy. They're all frozen again, bro. What the hell? Why does the freeze happen so much? Ah, this is annoying. Yeah, that's very annoying. Oh my god, that's so fucking annoying. Oh my god. I don't even know what happened. I realized this game wasn't Ring Wrestlers play. Is it good? It's really good. I'm so addicted to this game. If I had time, like more time, I would play it more. I'm being so for real. I would. I honestly would. If I had more time. But this is also the post game, so it's very difficult. Because it wants us to be a level that I'm not. Well, I technically am, but you know. Okay, sure. Polyethylene slosher, sure. Yeah, leveled up. This bird is so cringe. I always hate anything it does. Okay, bro, that bird is my op. I swear to God. Hi, Kazuma. How's it going? That bird is actually my op. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go kill other things. Hi, Jane Knuckle. There's a lot of colors of paint, yeah. Yep, that's how it works. It's a painting game. Technically.
There you go.
Thanks for the head pat. No! No! Oh my god, it almost knocked me off. Oh, that would have been so cringe. Why are you here? Are you serious? Yeah, I don't care. Ouch. But we're at like level 87. That's the floor I'm on. God, we need to kill this. Bro, do we just ignore this? Like, is that it? Like, is that honestly it? Okay, yeah, that was it. We just ignore it. Okay, sure, whatever. I'm glad that worked out. By us ignoring the boss, cause that guy fucking sucks. Well... Wait, does that make my... Wait, Cyrus! Wait, we both have this, right? Actually, I don't know if we have this. Wait, what does it do now? A large explosion? Oh my god, yes! This is what I needed! I'm so happy. I still know. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. More damage is damage, you know? Like, whatever. Can I upgrade this? No. I need money. Okay, sure, whatever. I wish I had money. Bro, I think off stream, I just need to grind like the fucking crystals. What's it called? The power egg explosion. If you didn't upgrade your speed tank, and I get all the other upgrades for the speed tank, then you won't have it. 'Cause it's a speed tank thing. I keep freezing these guys. I don't want to freeze them. This guy I want to freeze. Yeah, there we go. Bro, these birds are actually just so annoying. I hate them. I actually really hate them. Hello, hello, Luna. Did you get to level 3 for Bottomless Buffet? Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that, actually. I just said yeah. Did I get what to level 3? I'm doing good. Oh my god. The relic? Oh no, I didn't. I just got it to level 3 right now. Splatoon music is wild. Yeah, this is Salmon Run music. So it's going to be a little like weird. And actually a lot of people have been complaining about the soundtrack because it is like Salmon Run music. So yeah, but whatever. I don't really care about it. So what's happening? Yeah, that's what happens. It's good, weird. Actually, whenever I used to play Salmon Run and only Salmon Run, I would turn the music off and I would just play my own music. I was kind of debating doing that here, but I think I need the sound effects, so it's like whatever. There's way more happening than in Salmon Run. Did you get the relics? And yes, I did get it in Endless. You get relics by completing floors. I don't know if it's random, but I have been getting relics. That was worth it. No, but I'm hurting. Bro, are you serious? 2 of them right there. Please die, thank you. I love killing things. Thank you. We need to kill this guy, but actually we don't. Whatever. I saw all these X here, I was like, yeah, it's not worth it, whatever. Kill the Salmon music too? Well... I think because I played Salmon so much, I just got tired of it. And so I just started playing my own music. Because believe me when I say I played Salmon pretty much every single day. Like, all day, every day. That's how much I would play Salmon. Especially when I was trying to get 999 on every single level, like, oh my god. It was bad. There are bombs next to me. I'll have to leave. Actually, wait, I can kill this. I just have to do this. Oh, wait, is this a new one? Oh my god. Where's the bird, bro? My fucking op right here. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Get me. Oh wait, I should have. Whatever. I should use my special. I didn't know what floor it was. You're taking notes. I gotta try this game if you have it. It's really good. You've been not able to get them. Yeah, I don't know if it's random, but Every few floors I've been getting relics, so... That one I didn't. Yeah, this game is so fun. I love this game. Alright, let's see. Oh, wait, we're almost there. You're in the corner. Oh, you can't use facilities when... Oh, that makes sense. I mean, I have no money anyway, but yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck is this layout? Wait, I've never seen this before. This is new. Oh my god. Wait, it's asking for so much. Wait. Of course that froze you and not the thing I wanted. Okay, yes, let's go. Finally, you're frozen. Oh my god, you're frozen again. Hell yeah. My fucking off right here. I don't know why I jumped off, but I did. That was honestly kind of stupid. Can I even go up here? I don't know. I can't anymore. I'm killing so much. Yes, okay. Yeah, I don't have anyone to play the game with. I see. I mean, oh wait, no, you can't go online with this. I forgot. I forgot the game because these floors are like you can't call for help. Which is honestly kind of stupid. Cause like, if you could go here with friends, I feel like you'd just be able to call for help. I don't know. If that makes sense. I should have... Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, once these missiles die, bro, it'll be so much easier. I don't even think they've gotten an attack off yet. It's just so annoying. Am I up? Am I up? Am I other up? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Yippee! God, 93. We're getting so close to 100. The game only really wants to get to 100, but I guess the floors are infinite. I didn't know they were infinite. But you do get a reward for level 100. Sorry, so what the fuck are you using? You're just like blowing them up. What are you using? Besides, I need to know what your build is. I honestly do. Like, you're just fucking blowing shit up. I don't understand it. I don't know if it's lag or like what. Actually, it's probably not lag. Ouch. Oh my god, are you serious? Okay, thank you. At least someone was there to capitalize on it. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, I'm dead. After 100 are randomly generated? Oh. Oh my god, Pikmin 2! How to win? I don't understand. But yeah, Cyrus, I need to know your build. I need to know your build, cause like I don't know how you're blowing them up. Because we had like the same subs, right? Oh wait, yeah we do. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you're blowing up. Should you send photos? Yeah, send pics to me, please. I didn't know we had the exact same build. Wait, that's crazy. Because I feel like it's the axe. That's the main difference. But my axe is mainly just damage. I think. Now I have +2. Cause double slash, like... I remember it not being that good. Yeah, cause it does that. That's why. Wait, but can I charge it? No. Yeah, cause like when it hits the first one, like it kinda... Yeah. It's bad. I don't know what I can change though, cause I'm pretty sure, yeah, I have like everything maxed somehow. I don't know how I have everything maxed, but I just somehow do. Well, this not, but yeah. Actually, wait, this is pretty much maxed, yeah. Unless you have like, let me see. I probably need to develop a gadget for it. That's probably it. Or a part, I mean. I don't think I had the explosive nut. Oh my god. Yeah, there's overpowered defender, but... Oh, is this it? Or is it... Oh my god, it's probably like... If I had to guess, it's probably this or this. I guess I could make it, I don't know. Now it's 6 slots, yeah. Number time. I can charge in 3 times? Wait, what does this mean? I just see what this means. Because, yeah, I think it's about time I change things for me. Bro, it does 1 more damage. 1 more % damage. That's crazy. Oh yeah, you've been getting lucky on the Splatterlights, but I think I've been getting lucky for... I can make it mid. Oh wait, it's already mid. I guess I can make it mid, like, with 1 less slot, sure, whatever. Because what's your knockback at? Like, do you have big knockback? Because I kind of don't like big knockback. I feel like big knockback is kind of bad. Oh, but you have Scorch on it. I didn't know you could do that. Slash damage, slash area. Emergency damage, explosive steps. Reduce damage taken vertical. Oh, yeah, freeze. Which I do not. Cooldown reduced. And yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like... I don't know, I feel like small knockback is better for this. I really don't like it. I guess I could add freeze. Or a Scorch, actually. Oh, wait, but that's level 3. I probably will be able to, actually. And then this. Higher jump, faster jump, freeze, which I already have. Yeah. I think that's good enough. But for freeze, I need to, or scorch, I need to like, yeah, I need to get rid of something. That's already 3, 5, 6. I can do it by 1 again, sure, whatever. I didn't know that. Level 5, I do. It's 40%. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I mean, no, that's really good, actually. Even though it does no damage anyway. Fine, I'll add a little bit of knockback, sure, whatever. There we go, just for that. I think it's worth it. Because you have explosive steps too, right? Yeah, but mine's on 8. And I think you had like freeze on your Splatana. Yeah, there's freeze. Sure, I'll add freeze. And after that, like, we'll go to the next one. You know, I need to get rid of 1 sink for this. Oh, wait, no. 8. I mean, this is 8. It's huge. I could just add large. But I think the explosive stats are good. Because honestly, I feel like the emergency damage is probably, like, better. So I should probably, like, get rid of, something else. Instead of the freeze, I feel like then it'll be, like, so much better. Because how much is this? Yeah, that's 90%. I need 6 slots, though. So I need to get rid of something else. God, but that's so good. Like, the thing is, I kinda can't get rid of anything, cause... I mean, that's been charging in, right? That's not, like, the actual damage. So that's 58. How much is this? 53. And then that's 40. I'll do that. And how much is this? Yeah, sure, whatever. I think now it'll be good. Okay, enough theory crafting now. Let's go. I spent so much money. I need more money. I need money. So these are like upgrades? Yeah, they are upgrade. Sorry, I was theory crafting that entire time. But it had to happen. Because it did. I don't know why it had to happen, but it did. Now I'm here, though. I think because I'm always at low health anyway, like, yeah. Oh my god, see, this is what I mean. Are you serious? Oh my god. Oh, we're dying. I don't know what's happening, but we are dying. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm probably gonna just worry about you. Bro, everything close to me just takes forever to die. What do you want me to do? Yeah, see, I told you. Everything next to me just takes forever to die. There's like no easy thing for me to kill. Oh my god. No. We'll get him again. Let's just try not to die. There's a lot of things that one-shot you here, but let's try not to die. We can do it, bro. We can do it. We can definitely do it. We've gotten this far. I refuse to be filtered. Again. I refuse, bro. Oh, I didn't see you. Oh my god. Like, there's just nothing I could do about that. This is why this guy is my fucking op. Like, he takes forever to die. He just sucks. I hate fighting him. Oh, I froze him at, like, the worst time. And this guy is awesome, my op, because he makes everything else take forever to die. Oh my god. Wait, what happened? Oh, wait, did we run out of time? I thought we had more time, or did we all die? I don't know what happened. I actually don't know what happened. Ran out of time? Oh my god. I think we just had to kill one more thing too. Cause yeah, we had like less than 100, I'm pretty sure. I can't fucking shoot him cause, okay, thank you. Shiver, I don't know who that was, but yeah, sure, whatever, thank you. I'm pretty sure it was Shiver. Bro, Shiver to go? I don't know what to say. You actually just pissed me off, bro, that fucking bird that I hate, for real. It's actually that fucking bird that I hate, though. Why isn't he dead yet? Thank you. Oh my god, that took forever. That's crazy. That was actually crazy. I can't reach that. My weapon might be 200 leveled. I'm gonna be real with you. It might honestly be 200 level. I just didn't get that. Are you serious? I mean, sure, yeah, whatever, but whatever, bro. I don't know. Anything bad here? No. There's a thing that's bad over here. Did we get it? Yay. I know we got it. I'm so locked in right now. I'm so locked in right now. I'm trying. What is this? Kill him, my op. My fucking op. I actually hate him so much. That was happening over here. You got this? I mean, I guess I choose that guy. Okay, and I choose this guy too. Yeah, we definitely killed him like way faster than it wanted us to. Kill him! Kill him! Yes! No, I don't care. I told you, I didn't care. Wait, why is it over here? Sure, whatever. I got a 5-star brush, I'm so cool. Yay. You know what, maybe the knockback isn't that bad if there's like bottomless cliffs. Because then I could just push them off. And it's honestly funny that I can do that. I love doing that. Oh my god, bro, we're barely getting any money. And that's the shit I need. I need money. This shit's kind of useless, huh? I mean... yeah, it's just kind of useless, huh? I want... I guess I'll get this, sure, whatever. I want more. I want more. I can't have more. What floor are we on? Oh. I see. I understand. I'm the understander. Yeah, after this, I think we need to, like, find the fucking crystal levels. I think that's honestly what we need to do. Probably continue with you, right? What level are you? Or, like, what floor are you at? I mean, I guess I should ask. Because I do want to get to floor 100, and then, like, after that, I don't really care, because I do want to farm after that. That is my thing, though. I was not sure if that would work. For one streak, could you play alone? Okay, then, after we complete floor 100, you can join. Because I do need a farm anyway. But yeah, I just want to get to 400 because I heard there's something there. And also because I want to get the reward. And yeah. After that, I don't really care. It was just gonna be like randomly generated. Oh my god. Yippee! But we're at, wait, it's level 50 yesterday? Whoa. What level am I? Oh, I'm 50 plus 25. I didn't realize. Bro, I thought I was way higher, actually. But I'm actually so low. Actually, what I should be doing is this. Because then I get the damage boost. And yeah, now it's dead, see? Someone's level 50 plus 304. I know someone who's like level 50 plus 100 something. Wait, I got a 4-star Primo Flower Umbrella. I didn't even know you can get Primo on 4 stars. The only Primo weapons I've gotten are like 5 stars, so that's insane. Always kill missiles. Okay, I need to find something easy to kill. Oh, something easy to kill. Okay. Yippee! I don't know how I got that egg. I know how to like the easy... Oh my fucking god. The easy egg get, but still. My fucking out, bruh. Oh my god, that's why I always get this arm. Okay, well that arm is dead. I feel like... I feel like the other one was easier to kill, I don't know. No! That sucks. That really sucked. That was your fault. Oh no. It's okay, we can do it again. We're almost at 400. No, to be fair, I knew it would be like... I knew they would do some bullshit like this. I honestly knew. Bro, this, like... Splatoon devs, like... They know how to annoy you. That's the thing. They honestly really do know how to make the most fucking annoying thing possible. But they will keep doing it over and over again. God, this fucking bird! Thank you! Oh my god, did another bird get spawned in? I think it did. I can't stay here then! Oh my god. Oh, we might lose this. I think we got unlucky spawns. I definitely got unlucky there. Yeah, like, what am I supposed to do? No. Bro, we got so unlucky. We got so lucky the first raid, and then we got so unlucky that raid. Insane. We might need to go to a crystal level so we could get, like, money. We might need to do that. Because I am kind of feeling it. I am kind of feeling like I'm doing no damage. Ow. Did that guy just really fucking spawn? Wait, that's insane. That's actually insane when he spawned, like, on the first level. Like, probably one of the worst enemies to fucking fight. Can I join for a crystal level then? Sure. Cause yeah, you will need to, like, level everything up. I thought getting to level 100 would be, like, so much more easier. I don't know why. But look at this. We're doing no damage. Oh my god. Oh, we might run out of time. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh, we're definitely gonna run out of time. No. Cyrus Crexik, do you want to go to a crystal level? Do you want to, like, grind money so we can level our shit up? Because yeah, we have no money, so I can't level anything up. I don't know if you guys have money. Nothing for me here, so yeah, okay. Let me see how much I can upgrade this. Once, okay, sure. Bro, 9800 and I still feel like I'm doing no damage. To be fair, this one's at 10,000. It's just not premium, and that's why I want to level this one up. Oh wait, you need my friend code. Okay, wait, you know what? While you send me the friend code, we could do this again. I'm just gonna change my weapon to see if this does more for me. Just yeah, send me a friend request. Why are you facing the wall? Okay, thank you. But that's how you know I'm not doing any damage, because, like, nothing's fucking dying. Like, yeah, I needed that free will shit, huh? If we kill these lasers, we should win. Oh my god, I was so scared. It was relaxed. No, you had to send me the friend request. I put my friend code in chat. Did you die? Yes. Okay, thank you. Bro, two of these fuckers spawned in. I'm actually gonna kill myself. That's so insane. Please, he's so weak. Okay. I don't even know what got me. Okay, sure, whatever. That got me. Are you fucking serious? I'm gonna die again. Yeah, no, bro. I can't believe how unlucky I'm getting. Oh, and all it is are these guys, bro. Oh, I thought we won. Yeah, no, we can't win. We won. What the fuck? Someone killed two of them. Okay. Just don't fucking die. Whatever you do, just don't die. I've been dying the most right now, but please just don't die. Oh, this guy is annoying. I'm dead. I'm sorry, everyone. I got pushed off. Did you send me the friend request yet? Actually, you didn't, because I didn't get the notification. Oh, wait, you did. Wait, why did it give me the notification? What the hell? That's crazy, that didn't give me the notification. Okay. Communication. Oh my god, bro. That's what happened. Here you go, I made the room. Yeah, I think if we're gonna beat those levels, we need to grind for a little bit. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, we need to grind. I got so unlucky. Like, it was insane. I can't do anything. Yeah, Cyrus and Krexic, I'm in a new room because I got disconnected for some reason, so, yeah, here we go. Well, I can kill that pretty easily. I just can't kill anything else easily. That kinda sucks. Okay, three levels. Oh wait, I have to finish recruiting. Apparently. Okay, sure. Where were they? There we go. That's the wrong one. Why does it default to that one? That kind of sucks, you know? Whatever. Okay, there we go. Don't die. Are y'all fucking power tank? Oh my god, bro. That's so funny. This is gonna be like so much easier compared to the other shit too. I already know. Oh, was it actually me blowing them up because of fucking ferment? Oh my god, it is. Oh, wait, it is. Wait, I thought it was Cyrus blowing them up, but it was actually me the entire time. Wait, that's crazy. That's the biggest plot twist of all time, actually. That actually is. Why did this guy dead yet? Why is it, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. Yeah, me. This is so dangerous. Yeah, that was so dangerous. I always forget that you can't squid roll for some reason. At least I'm not the only one. You know. At least I'm not the only one. Or whatever. I don't even know what I'm hurting. I know it's someone. Ouch. No, I almost died again too, is the thing. I think I might just be tired or whatever. I'm playing like garbage though. How did that hurt you? What the fuck? Oh, that's what you're fighting. I was like, what the fuck are you fighting? Like, why are you guys taking forever? And now I see why. And now I definitely see why. Yeah, I didn't know what you guys were doing. I was like, wait. Why are you guys struggling? And now I see why. Something pushed me. I don't know what it was. Oh, I need this. I need this. Hell yeah, I never got that shit. I know how I never got that shit, but I never got that shit. And maybe I'm just stupid, you know? Maybe I'm just a little stupid. I don't fucking know. Kill him. Oh my god, bro. He's still alive. Oh, the Rizzler. Goodbye, Rizzler. Did you get the eggs? Yes, you did. Okay. Good job. Sorry, but I see things over here, so I have to get them, you know? Because we need them. We need them a lot, actually. We need them so much. This is also first squirrel, right? I'm pretty sure it was. But I already got that squirrel. I was just missing that one squirrel over there. And so now I'm here. With the fucking Goldie, are you serious? Where's the Goldie? Focus this bitch! Focus this bitch! Kill him! Kill him! Only kill him! Yes, kill him! Oh my god, wait. How's he not dead yet? Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Bro, that was insane. I have no idea how I didn't fucking die. Like, at all. Sorry, I'm just getting my crystal mess, lol. I love getting my crystal mess, lol. That's what I do it. Like I said, I love getting my crystal meth. Oh my god, bro, this is so crude. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm doing all this for the crystals and nothing but the crystals. But like I said, we need to grind crystals. Like, badly. Interesting. Why are they disappearing? Did I go too far? I didn't went too far. They went a little too far. I don't know. Kill him. Kill him. Yay, kill him. How does it even give you? Oh, that gives you a lot, actually. Hey, no, I didn't think it would give me that much. But it gave me so much. Ouch. What is happening? 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm not. Oh my god. How am I still alive? How am I still alive? I don't know how I'm alive. No, now I'm dead. Now I'm dead. Now I'm dead. Yeah. Bro, that, what was it? That Steel Eel was after me. That shit was on my ass. Okay, at least I got a lot of crystals still. I think once I'm able to do 10k damage, I think we should try again. And by try again, I mean, do the other shit. But bro, that shit was on my ass. That shit... Oh my fucking god. I need someone to kill that, like, so long ago. There's no fucking way that happened to me. Yeah, there's no fucking way that happened to me. That's crazy. Why can't he just ever die? Like, I don't understand. I understand why they can just never die, you know? Fucking sucks. Do we go the same way? I will. I wanna kill this bitch. Oh my fucking god. What even happened to me there? See, this is what I mean. I've been getting so unlucky. I don't even know why. Yeah, babe. Yeah, bro, I don't fucking know what's happening. Something happened. I don't know. I'm getting so unlucky. I don't know why. This is gonna be so bad for me. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Yes, explode! Explode! I love making them blow up! Bro. The firmament exploded. Crazy, actually. Actually kinda crazy. Oh no. Okay, you know what? I don't care. What is this? Bro, actually, what is this? Okay, did one die? Okay, sure, whatever. Good enough for me. Bro, that was so crazy. Oh, do you guys want to shoot that? I guess you can. It does give me shit for you shooting that. Oh right, I forgot you were here. Oh, whoopsie. Like I said, it does give me shit for you shooting that, so yeah, I guess whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I look at that shit though. Oh, look at the time. I'm falling. Sorry, I fell. That was my bad. Bro, can he die? Thank you. Thank you, honestly. I kinda hate him. But I don't know. Cause you're free falling. I fell. I felt so bad. Can we get a Goldie again? I would honestly really appreciate it. If we could get a stupid fucking Goldie. I ran in the ink. Kill. Kill. Kill John Lennon. Can someone get that? I can't get that. Thank you. Oh, that's why you guys never went after this crystal shit. Because if I got it, then everyone... Okay, I see. I understand. I understand. You know, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Fuck this guy. I'm getting nothing. I'm actually just getting nothing, you know? Oh wait, there's no red spots either. That's crazy. Wait, it's actually crazy that there's no red. Actually, this one fucking sucks. I don't know why I activated the one here. But you know what? Whatever. The hell, we're dropping like flies. They're both after me, bro. Which is crazy. Why are they both after me? Why are they both after me? Suck. Actually suck. Bro, I never want to do this ever again. Like I said, I just do this because, like, you know, it's a good grind thing, but oh my god. Is it annoying. Like, some of these are just so annoying. Oh, that's the big one. Oh, there's a small one. Hi, Blan. Wait, Blan, what floor are you in Bottomless Buffet? I wanna know where you are. Oh, this is so annoying. You're in the 70s? Oh, I'm at floor 99. I'm almost at 100. We just need to grind now because we got stuff. We need to upgrade our weapons. But you know how it like gives you nothing, like money-wise, so yeah. We're kinda just stuck. Should we cash out now? You guys promise not to die 2 times? Where else can we go? I haven't been playing much. We'll be back on Raiders. I see. I'm gonna get this. I don't know where the other crystal is. I'm guessing it's where Cyrus is, so I'll just go where Cyrus is. I just wanted shit. I don't know where that regenerated. I've never seen this before. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, a Goldie now. You know what? I don't care. Where's the Goldie? Kill John Lennon! No, we couldn't kill it this time. No. We couldn't kill John Lennon. I got a Primo 4-star again. Why? I'm playing on Super Spicy, yeah. Oh, do I really do this? Do we really go down there again? Do you think it's a good idea? Go down there if you think it's a good idea. That doesn't affect loot. I know, but I wanna beat it. Cause we haven't beaten it yet. So I need to do it for like that costume. I don't know what happened. I honestly don't know what happened. Okay, good. Watch. Oil drum house. Oh yeah, Bland, I got a Primo 5-star Explusher earlier. And that was kinda cool. Oh, where is it? Oh, it's down there. Nice, yeah. Oh my god, this guy is so fast. Yeah, I knew we were gonna die. When it said fast jump, I was like, oh my god, no, we're not winning this. Okay, let's see. Let's see. How much can I upgrade this? Just once? Okay. It's still 10,000. So how much is this? 10,664. I see. But this one's Primo, so I need this one. Let's do another level. These are the ice levels are just so annoying. I don't like them. I probably need them last. It still takes 3. Yeah, it still takes 3. That's crazy. God, I want to beat floor 100 so bad so I get the reward. I don't even know what it is, but I want it. I just like a stupid fucking costume. I think that's what it is. Outfit, whatever. There's a Goldie. Oh my god. Wow. That was cool. Kill John Lennon. And kill him right now. Yes, oh my god. I told you kill John Lennon. What do I get? Well, a Splatana. Rail Splatana. Anyone want rail? I was about to say, like, he still didn't get disabled? Like, that's insane. That's actually insane. That it took that long for it to get disabled. I wasn't paying attention. That's my beat. Kill John Let, bro. So that I feel like I shoot them for hours. Like, honestly. Is there no crystal here? I see. That don't make sense. Oh wait, there is a crystal. I see it. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Whatever. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. Oh my god. Kill him! He's so annoying! Thank you! I think that was Shiver, but thank you! Bro, Shiver's like the goat, like, so often. Still that. Well. Thank you, Shiver. Again. I told you, Shiver's the go. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, just go over here again. I just wanted the shit. That's all I wanted. Hi, Lena. Thanks for the lurk. God, I'm trying so hard to lock in, but it's like, oh my god. I also need to speak, you know? So it's very hard. I put myself in like the worst position possible, but I don't know, it's funny. So, I don't really care. Hi, new mode. Please give me this, I need it. Please give me this, I need it. Yes, give me all of this, I need it. Yay.
There you go. Have a head.
Thanks for the head pat. God, that was crazy. that was actually crazy. Did I get to sing? I did. What the hell? Where do we go? I'm not really paying attention. I'm just like, I don't know where you guys want to go, you know? Do you want to go over there? Yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. We can go over here. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Whatever you guys want to do. Bro, that guy's like in the worst position possible. But I think he's dead. Are you not fermented? Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna kill this. Because no one else does. So yeah, whatever. Yay. Yay. I'm gonna go back over here. Yay. Cause now this shit open. Yay. Yay. Uh-oh. There's so many things that actually just annoy me in this game, I realized. I realized that there just is. You're still alive. Oh. And what? That doesn't really matter. Fuck that guy. Specifically, actually. No, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Oh my god, that could have been so bad. I could have died. Oh wow, that did a lot of damage. Why would you die? Right there. That's the big one that is, but there's a thing over here, so whatever, bro. I don't give a shit. Why is everyone walking slowly behind me? I don't know how I feel about it. Why are you guys walking slowly behind me? I don't know how I feel. No, wait, no, don't die, Cyrus. You're the leader, I guess. Oh my god, a fucking Goldie. Never give me this much power. I will just tell you. Never give me that much power. Kill this asshole. I am blocking someone's shots. Why you sound like that? I don't know why you sound like that. You're making a brrrr sound. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. No, stop him. No. Okay. And we still got a lot, but oh my god. Cringe. You know? It's just cringe. Why you faster than me, bro? What the hell? That's crazy. Watch this. I think that was like one of my best watches this because nothing went wrong. Usually something goes horribly wrong when I say watch this, and that's why I like never say it anymore. But there, nothing went wrong. So I don't know. Maybe times are changing. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's really just it. Do we get more? Or do we, I don't know, just leave? Cause I feel like we have 2 lives left, and I feel like around this point is where like someone just dies. And like, I don't know how I feel about that, you know? Watch this! Oh, wait. Yeah, see, I told you. I was about to say, where the other bitches at? And then I saw them. I'm gonna die. No, I couldn't make it. Which is so cringe. But whatever. Why is bro not exploding or anything? Bro, I hate these guys. Like, they just take so much damage. Die, thank you. Holy fuck, bruh. Okay, we only had to do one more. Or suffer, I don't know. You know what? That one looks bad. I'll go over here. This one doesn't look bad, so I'll go over here. You know, this one's nice and open. So it doesn't look that bad. Oh my god, it's bad. No, fuck it, bro. I don't know how much I killed. Probably like nothing. Fucking never mind, I killed a lot. I'm gonna die. I don't know where anything is. Okay. Yeah, I killed a lot, actually. Oh, wait. Please don't tell me, please don't tell me. Please tell me I can just mine this. Yay! Just wanted to see what I could kill. That's all I wanted to do. And I don't know. I don't know what happened. Okay, it's at 10,222 now. Which is perfect, I think. Let me see. 10,000 to 10,664. I see. You didn't die every time. Okay, I think I want to go back to the bottomless buffet. So I think, you might have to leave because... yeah, I think we have to, like, do all that shit again. It was fun playing, though. Would we beat 400? You know, I'll try. We can get you in again. Wait, do I have to move to lobby? Oh, no. Get that already? Yeah. Like I said, when we beat this, when we beat 400, we can play again. I don't know when that is, though, because this shit's hard. And then we could get you up. And then, yeah. I'll carry you. Once a week, I'll carry you, because that's how often I play this game, is once a week. I don't know why I only play this game once a week, but I do. I feel like I should play it more. Because it is a fun game, I am addicted to it. But also, Pokemon. I love Pokemon. You know, I kind of forgot what we're doing here. Anytime it's just too much, you die. True. Oh my god, bro, these guys just don't die. Not even the fish sticks die. I hate having to go around this guy every single time. It's so fucking annoying. Ah, this is cringe. we might fucking lose because we just there's just so much. Please give me that egg, please give me that egg, please! Oh, it wasn't enough. A Pokemon, yeah, Pokemon. Bro, what's hard is like... I think what we need to do is we just need to focus the big guy at the start. And then we just, like, after that, killing all the little guys will be so much easier. Or vice versa. Like, the steelheads, I think they take forever to kill. I think the birds, they take forever to fucking kill. It honestly sucks. We need to kill the things that, like, die easily. Which is, unfortunately, the scrappers and, stingers. Is there another bird? Oh my god, there is. Like, look at that shit, bruh. Please, I need you. Thank you. Just one more, just one more, just one more. Yes, okay, there we go. Yeah, I feel like Spatalight's like you need... Just because Spatalight's protecting from the fucking... lessers. And so you can just focus on the bosses, cause like, yeah, most of our eggs are just gonna be bosses, like usual. Okay, that was kind of lucky. That was unlucky. I did not know that was on me. Please die, please die. Okay, let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're doing good. That second part was like way easier than the first part, funnily enough. Actually kind of funny. I just wanted to stay in the rain so I could kill this guy, but, you know, whatever. don't know what's here. I honestly didn't know what's there. I did not see that. Just get an egg, just get an egg. Just get an egg. Yes, okay, there we go. Oh my god. That sucked. That really sucked. Funny crazy simple made support 700, right? Yeah. It's because they grind so much, but I can't do that. I can't grind. I wish I could, but I can't. Well, that's the thing I wanted to do right there. See the bot's radar? I've never seen a ping that heavy duty before. Can you finally be getting to the bottom of things? I'd up enough loot right now to trust my gut, and my gut told me just to loot. And wealth doesn't change me. We'll be fine, but so it's going to Splatoon dead anyway, so there might be some left for us. Stretch out for a private beach where we can relax in the sun. I'm there still. Oh my god. I don't care what we spend on, just give me some time alone with it first so I can count every last bit. That's... yeah. I want money. I want money. Gold club. I should have seen if I could upgrade this, but I don't think I can. I think this is just it. I think this is honestly just it. Is it only 400? Oh, it is only 400. Cause I think this is a boss. Yeah, this is the final boss. Well, we're not doing this for the first time. What the fuck? What the fuck is that thing? It's a fish. Oh, I don't like that. I did not like that. Bro, what the fuck is this? Lord's... oh my god, Lord's ultimatum. Okay, well, none of us know how to fight this, so you know. Oh. That was weird. I could not get that shit off of me. Wow, it just one-shot to me, huh? Yeah, be careful with the killer whale on you, like you can't get that shit off of you. It's so weird. I think you have to jump off the robot, I think. Yeah, I told you. Oh, yeah, you do have to jump off the robot. Wait, can you not get fermented? Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, see, I told you. Ouch. Yeah, because it can't aim up. Okay, I see. I almost died again, though. I think someone needs to take care of the lessers, and then... Wait, how do you deal with this? What the fuck? Shiver wouldn't come to me again. I hate this. I tried calling for Shiver. I was spamming that shit once it got on me. I'm like, bro, she would not come to me. Again, this happened to me. Why hasn't it attacked Cyrus yet, huh? It's only attacked me and Crexing with that move. Insane. How do I skip? That's how I skip. Okay, so I mean, so far, like, no bosses have spawned, but that's probably gonna change, like, second or third phase. Kill me! I want Shiver next to me, like, at all times, just in case. Like, I don't care. Though he's only being annoying. Right now he's saying time to be annoying. And that's what he's doing. He's being annoying. Yes, see, it's only attacking me and like Crexing. I don't think it's attacked Cyrus yet at all. Oh, that was different. I feel like I'm in a constant state of being one hit away from dying. I honestly feel like this. Kill him. He's almost dead. Kill him. Oh. Oh, that could have been bad. Oh, someone got unlucky. Yeah, see, I told you, Cyrus. I told you. I think that one, you had to, like, jump on the robot. I think that's what you had to do. The Bobo Shiver fucking answers is, you know, that's another story. I'm guessing that move is just gonna kill all of us. Oh, I'm so glad he went this way. Okay, yeah, now we gotta kill things. So it's like every fucking boss fight in this game. Except these guys exist now. Which we could get unlucky on too, which fucking sucks actually. That actually really sucks. Why you over here? Also, what is this fucking song? Uh-oh. Yeah, what is this fucking song? It's so weird. I don't know if I like it. It just sounds so weird. Okay, that was a lot. I honestly don't know why they're there, you know? But whatever. Oh my god, get away from me! Whoever had that on. Sounds so scary. Ow. I'm gonna die. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die. Never mind, I'm cool. I'm gonna die. I don't know how that got me. Oh, is that what you do? You just use your gadget? Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. Hey, I guess a little that makes sense, you know? Someone's cracked. Someone's getting cracked right now. Oh no, someone's getting cracked right. Oh, someone's dead. What? There's no way he shot that there. There's actually no way he shot that there, bro. Okay, wait, he's almost at next phase. I think it's probably halfway like usual, right? He's almost there. Okay, no, whatever. How are we doing so much damage to him, actually? You're back, what you miss? We're still on this shit. Oh my god. I don't know who was there. He pointed at me at the worst time. Because he was aiming at not me. And then it just killed me because of it. Along with whoever else was there. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, distracted you. You should be sorry. It wasn't your fault, but you know, I can still blame you. How do I skip? That's how I skip. I did almost everything he does with fucking one-shots you. Actually, not almost everything. Everything he does one-shot you. Ouch. Now I'm gonna shoot him in the eye for no reason. And just because I can. I'm dead. I'm not dead, bro. That should have killed me. Also, you did that shit twice in a row? That's insane. Why is he doing it again? Bro, he was just gonna do that shit until it killed me. That is insane. His worst fucking move, and he did it on me like... Oh, just doing it to you now. That shit's hitbox is so fucking big. I was like 20 feet away from him. And it still hit me. See what I mean? I was 20 feet away from him and it still hit me. Like, I know what he's doing it, I'm trying to get away from him, but it's just, the hitbox is just so big. Oh my god, bro. Oh, it's just not to die. Okay, shooting a laser at someone. That isn't me, so whatever. That's crazy. He's almost at next phase, though. Come on, he's almost there. He can't get fermented, which really fucking sucks, actually. No. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, did the Breath of the Wild thing. At least these guys can get fermented, you know? I really like that. Oh my god, I could do 2 more damage. What the hell hit me? I was just so confused. Oh, he's showing big shot things. I was confused and now stun locked. Ouch. I thought I went like directly in it. I didn't, but oh my god. I think I just saved someone's life by doing that. Kill him. Okay, time to not make mistakes for the rest of the fight, lol. Cooper, we can do this, it's just difficult. But I feel like we can do this. He's getting covered in egg. He can bleed. Okay, I figured a way to like loop him. Okay, never mind. When he does tornadoes, I just fucking die. Speaking of, I'm dead. How am I not dead? How am I not dead? How am I not dead? Oh my god, I should have died. Is he at next base or what is he doing? Because I don't know what he's doing. He's throwing rocks at someone. Please, I need you. Thank you. That could have been so bad. You know, at least that one I know I can dodge. You know? At least there's that. Okay, that's not me. That's good. I'm glad it's not me. Because if it was me, I don't know. I thought it landed directly on the fucking thing. No! I'm gonna die! Oh wait, okay. Wait, okay, yes, just... I don't know. Uh-oh, that was kinda... Are you serious? Of course you had to go into here. Oh my god. Fuck off. I'm trying to like hold this guy in, you know? I try to keep him frozen for as much as I can. It's kind of not working. Uh-oh. I can't kill this guy because he's just like facing the corner every single time. I need to go somewhere else. Like, I really just do. No! Imagine not having this. That's even more true. It is. Okay, well, we kind of got good though. Like, I think we had like a flow state. I think we have it down. I think we can win this one. Sir tries the charm or whatever they say, lol. You know, lol. I was trying to kill like the big boss, like the scrapper, but it was just interesting. I don't know. Like, I don't fucking know, bro. I'm glad he can jump over those. I'm actually very glad. These tornadoes are like annoying though. I hate them. Get him down! Kill him! Yeah, I think honestly, like, if you guys just take care of the lessers, like, even if this takes forever, like, I think I still do the most damage. So I think this is good. And also, you both have the fry special. So it's just better if you guys, like, attack them, you know? I don't know. Basically, just keep this shit off me. Just get this shit off me. And that's basically just it. Ouch. And then we can win! Whoa! Sorry if he does the fucking laser though. I can't really stop him from doing that. That is so annoying. Stop doing the fucking tornado and wasting time, I swear to god, bro. Yeah, that's all he's doing is the fucking tornado and he's wasting time. I hate him. Kill him, bro. Get him. You see, but I can do that. And just, I don't know, I can kill him. Oh my god. Why does he have this move? I'm gonna shoot his eye for no reason, again. He deserves it. I think there's a rock coming. I think all he fucking does is throws rocks. And it's honestly so fucking annoying. I don't know how he could be so annoying just by throwing rocks, but he is, bro. Like, we're made of liquid. I don't know why rocks are so annoying to us. Kill him! Kill him! Yay! Oh my god, bro, the fucking rock. This is what I mean. Like the most annoying fucking rock ever. Are you fucking serious? Okay, whatever. Why is there always something like in front of it? Actually insane. I'm not dealing with that shit, bro. Okay, maybe I am dealing with the shit. I wanted to kill him. I don't know. I just wanted to kill him at least. Yeah, but like this is no damage. The shiver thing, I mean. I would like to just save it for the enemies. Honestly, just for the best. No. Oh wait, the same thing might happen to me. Okay, no. I saved myself. No. Cyrus, get back, Cyrus. Oh my god, get back. least I'm slowly hurting him. I don't know. At least that's happening. That hurt me. Kind of. It almost did, actually. I love using the spotlights to hurt my enemies. I love it. It hurts them very slowly, but I love that it still hurts them, you know? I don't know. I just love them. That could have been very bad. Fuck your eye, bruh. You don't deserve to see. Not after what you're putting me through. You honestly don't deserve to see. Tornado. Tornado. Bro, all he's doing is fucking tornadoes. Like, what do I do? He hasn't been doing the move that I can counter because he knows. I swear he knows. And that's why he hasn't been, like, doing it. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, yes, let's go. We just have to survive this and then it's over, I think. It's basically over, I should say. No, this shit is annoying. Especially fighting this guy. Wow, there's some Moz after me. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, wait. Oh, that could have been so bad. Honestly, I wouldn't even bother with this guy, but like... I'm just distractive, like, I don't know, you guys just get other eggs. I kinda needed that. Oh well. I don't know what's after me. Okay, yes, there we go. Okay. Oh my fucking god. I feel like bosses can... What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. I was like, I hear the music doing its thing. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Oh, Krexik, when it does its giant laser attack, by the way, get close to it, as close as you can to it. Because then it can't, do anything. Or it can't aim at you better. Good, whatever. Yeah. Do I just go over here? Oh, you do? Okay. It's crazy how little damage you take. Yeah. But to be fair, all the bosses take little damage, especially on Super Spicy. No! That sucks. We almost had it. It's yeah, correct. So like when it aims at you with the laser, get as close as you can to it because then it can't aim at you good. That's what you need to do. And then you just like weave around it basically. So like you have a yeah, you have the splash bomb, the dash bomb. Just dash bomb towards it, and then it won't be able to aim at you. That's what you need to do. Yeah, it gets me when I'm on the other side, like it knows. Oh, I always just stay close to it. I don't know. I feel like you need to stay close to it, which kind of sucks, just because of the laser. Like the laser low. I mean, I don't know, because it also has like get off me attacks too. It just fucking sucks. Tornado! The tornado has killed someone. Is that a tornado moment? Nope. This is another thing moment. Okay, good. I think it's aiming at me. Yep, okay, let's go. Perfect. Perfect. That's a tornado. No, 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 no. I almost couldn't move because they like spawned right there. And they're creating ink. Not too close, not too far. Oh my god. I might be dead. No, the spotlight saved me. Yay. Aim at me again. Thank you. I probably should have done that there, actually. Okay, bro, he literally just said fucking particular to Cyrus. That's insane. That's actually insane. Insane that he fucking did that, bro. Actually just so cringe. Who does he keep saying fucking particular to? I know who it is. He just keeps doing it to someone. Which is actually insane that he keeps doing this. Tornado. I want to count how many times it does fucking tornado, because I swear it does it the most. Okay, let's just not die any of the other phases, and then we'll be good. Yeah. Yeah. That's just it, yeah. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I'm fucking not dead. Okay. Wait, who's aiming missiles? Is there another one? No, that was the only one. How did it get a missile off? Whatever, bro. I don't fucking care. Ouch. You still want to do that rock directly on me. It's honestly the most annoying part. That they can just fucking do that randomly to you. Okay, where is this guy? Oh, there he is. I see. Wait, we're doing a lot, we're doing a lot, we're doing a lot. Unfortunately, I had to heal, but whatever. Remember his attacks? And like, just try not to get unlucky. I know that's easier said than done. Especially for someone like me. But you know. Like, that's honestly it. Like, we're just dying because we're getting unlucky. So yeah, just try not to get unlucky. And then, we'll be good. Yeah. That almost got me. I'm not gonna lie, that almost hit me. But it's good, whatever. Because I didn't get unlucky. I heard someone get cracked. You kinda got unlucky. See see the difference? Yeah. that is the difference. Just try not to get unlucky. I got unlucky, I got unlucky. Oh my god, I wasn't paying attention though. I was kind of like going on autopilot there for a second. I like actually like zoned out. Well, someone leveled up. I think it was Cyrus. Nice solo, bro. Oh my god, I got unlucky again. I should actually just stop talking. It's making me lose my timing. We can get him very slowly, but we can get him. Thanks for the head pat. Get him, Shiver. Easy tornado. Yeah. If that hit me, I might have been dead actually. Cause something else hit me. I think it was like a bomb. No. How much HP does he have? Billions, I think. He has billions and billions. He's doing tornadoes against someone. That's not very cool of him. We should tell him to stop, bro. I fucking hate this tornado. I think it wastes so much time, that's why I hate it. And also the hitbox? Yeah, that is so big. What is he doing? Oh. He's raging, bruh. Bro has gone sicko mode. Whoever took that, like, you almost killed me. I needed that egg. The eggs heal me, so that's why I needed them. This guy will be annoying. Okay, sure, I can do that. I want this guy dead. I want the missile guy dead. That's all I want, bro. Uh-oh. Are you fucking serious? He did that directly on me. Are you fucking serious? That's actually so cringe. Why are we on our last life again? I feel like we shouldn't be here, you know? Not on our last life, at least. I feel like we should have like 2 or 3 lives when we go into this. You know? Is that just me? I don't know if it's just me. Alright, we just killed everyone. Like, I honestly wish I just killed everyone. No! Promise to take the L already. No, Krexic! Oh my god. That was so close. Are you serious? Again? Oh my god, bro. At least I got to become duelers. You know, at least I got that. I always wanted to say that. Yeah, at least I got to become fucking duelers, bro. Tornado. The tornadoes look a lot bigger. And they probably are, actually. And now that I think about it. Is it doing this thing again? No. No! Bro, we're getting so close every single time. I think that, yeah, we like... If we're on 1 life at the end, like, I think we just lose. I think we had to try. We had to try to not. To be fair, I didn't die at all. So yeah. I'm glad I didn't fucking die. But god damn. It is hard though, cause like I said, he just one-shots you. He basically just one-shots you. Go in, you can go. I'm drinking water, you can go. I'm drinking water. I wanted you to activate the boss while I was drinking water. Candace, I believe in you. Hopefully. It's also not just me, it's also Cyrus and Krexic that are doing this with me. So hopefully we can do it. It just takes no damage. Oh my fucking god. 420. And all of you, well. That's a tornado. Honestly though, this phase getting hit by a tornado isn't that bad because the Salmonids don't like fucking gang up on you that much. When they do though, that's when it's bad. I'm sorry, I had to make it this way. Ouch. I needed to die. That's not after me, okay. I'm glad it wasn't after me. Whoa, guys, I leveled up. Ow. I know who this is after. Oh, that was a bad idea to jump on Shiver. I just wanted to. It was such a bad idea, though. It was actually such a bad idea. Can he do something funny? Like die? I want to see you explode, bro. That's what I want to see you do. I want you to explode. Okay, well, you're kind of there. You put on a shield because you're afraid of exploding. Fuck this guy. I can't see. I couldn't see. I almost died, bro. Oh yeah, we need to get away from the spot, bro. This spot is just... I think the spot will kill us if we stay here. And that's why I'm going towards it. Oh my god. What even? Oh my fucking god. I don't even know what killed me. I think it was this guy. Because I don't even know what cracked me either. Something just cracked me. Kill him. Where's it? Kill him. No. Oh, that was so cringe. Okay, if I was the only death, then I don't really care. It's just fucking stupid that happened in the first place, but you know what, whatever. You know, I just realized I don't think I'm maximizing my damage by doing that. Whatever. Whatever, bro. Doesn't fucking matter, bro. Just don't do a tornado, please. Just don't do a tornado, bro. It's like you know, but the hell, see, I told you. It's like he fucking knows. All he does is tornadoes. It's like he knows his most fucking annoying move. Oh my god, another fucking tornado. Look at that, bro. Yeah, how original. Daring today, aren't we? Oh my god. How'd that still hit me? Daring today, aren't we? Go to the left. No. That move actually is just daring today, aren't we, huh? Oh my fucking god. Why is he going after Krexic right now? Bro, I've been on his ass the entire time. You think he'd be aggro on me? Because Krexic is killing, like, the lessers? I don't know. Oh, daring today, aren't we? Bro. Oh no. Try not to die. Try not to die. Just don't die anymore, please. I know that's easier said than done, but please. We need to go 2 lives into like the final phase. I'll protect you, my princess. Who's he after? That wasn't me. Did you just want... Bro, did you do that just fucking shiver? That's crazy. He's almost there, actually. He's almost at his fun phase. Bro. Okay, that's 40-20 specifically. Oh, that's why I have like... Yeah, I see my health. I see my health now. Again, I totally get a fucking tornado moves, they're just daring today, aren't we? That's literally what it is. I landed on that shit, bro. Oh my fucking god, that was so scary. Ow. Beware the rocks. Beware the fucking rocks. He's gonna do that every single time. Just beware the rocks. Yes, yes, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Yes, okay. Easy kill. Okay, I killed things, you know, that's what I did. I don't know what else I killed, but you know what, whatever. As long as we got 2 lives going into this. Okay, this is why it's important, this is why it's important, this is why it's important. I almost got hit with there. Oh my god. Okay, at least he's not daring. You know? Okay, but he's gonna dare right now. Yeah, he's definitely gonna... Oh wait, he didn't. Oh my god. Wait, that's crazy. Okay, now he did, bro. Get the fuck away from me. He's doing this thing. No. Oh, I might be dead. Okay, he's doing it. No, as long as he gets one, I don't care. Just play careful, okay? Just don't be over aggressive. Just try to be careful. Because we're on our last life. If you can special, like, a bunch of enemies or, like, the boss, like, do that, obviously. Sorry, turn away. Yeah, if you're cracked, just swim. Just swim and run away. Just please do that. It's better than, you know, just trying to fight. Because you will probably die. If you do. That is what I do. I do just swim and run away. Because you also heal faster when you're in squid form. Oh, it's doing this thing. Bye! I was not paying attention, I don't know why. Why is he doing it again? Bro, daring today, aren't we? Who is it after? I don't know who it was after, but oh my god. Again. Again. Bro, I'm really attacking it now. So the faster we, you know, I do this, like, it'll be... Are you serious? See, this is why. This is why I had to do it, like, immediately. It's probably gonna do tornado. No, it didn't. Okay. No! Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, we're so close! I think I got one more in me because my wrists are starting to hurt. One more attempt. I hate this game. Me too, bro. God, I love this game, but it makes my wrist hurt. And that's why I don't like it. Because it's gyro control. This shit is not a mouse and keyboard. Okay, you know what? We just need to do the same thing, except not die. No, I think that's it. Like I said, if you're cracked, just run away. Just run away. Just, no, not even run away. Just swim. Just swim away. Activate the fucking spell lights and just swim. And that's all you need to do. Uh-oh. That almost got me. Just don't get cracked, bro. That easy. It's actually not that easy. It's very easy to get cracked right now. But whatever. That still hit me? Oh my fucking god. I don't know who that's after, but... Okay. No! Oh my god, I don't know who that was, but someone almost died. I heard 2 cracks, I was so scared. Oh, that tap makes fucking tornadoes. I understand. Well. I was about to say, he's really only done the fucking tornado. He hasn't done anything else. He literally hasn't done anything else. Get him! Oh my god. Okay, it's almost done. Almost on the first phase. We're almost there. I forgot how long it fucking takes each phase, bro. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Nah, where are these assholes, bruh? Kill this bitch. Can I, like, stop him from throwing rocks? Probably not. That's probably the entire fucking gimmick. Remember, if you're cracked, just swim. Just swim. Just swim. If you're ever cracked, because, like I said, you heal faster. And then, you know, you won't be one-shot anymore. Damn, bro, I wanted him to freeze. Okay, there we go, he froze. Oh my god. Is there anything bad? Yes, okay, bye. I don't fucking care, bro. I don't give a shit. How did that one hurt me? I feel like it shouldn't. You know? Whatever. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Yes, okay. I'm gonna grab this. Just so I can do something, I don't know. Okay, yes, that was really good. That was really good. Okay. We should do this again. Again, I know it's easier said than done. Just try not to die. Oh, Cyrus aren't dead. Oh my god, Cyrus. Wait, you're actually so good. Wait, oh my fucking god. Oh, that tornado might. Fuck me, I did not like that spot. Oh my god, whoever's throwing the boomerang up there, like, bro, it's actually doing so much damage every single time. Mainly because I'm also shooting it with the boomerang, so yeah. I shot the bomb into him, bruh. He got that bomb. I fucking bombed him. Like, never mind. I've been having to say that a lot this stream, huh? No. Okay, we can actually just keep it one death per... what is it? Per phase? I would honestly appreciate that. I would honestly really appreciate that. Yo, I did not know where I wanted to go. I tried to go left because that would have been the most, like, convenient for you guys, and then I went right because I was like, you know what, this will be easier. And yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry if I almost killed someone. No. Okay, well, we're on his next phase. I guess that's good. But again, let's try not to fucking die. Ouch. It's fucking Harmony's throwing rocks at you, but whatever. Where's the fucking guy? The one I... Okay, there he is. I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Honestly, this will be good. Someone kill the stingers. Please, are you gonna kill me? Thank you. They almost killed me. Optimize my damage now. I love doing that, bro. I love optimizing my damage. Okay, bye. I hate this sound. I mean, it's cool, but oh my god, it stresses me out. Oh, that's just so bad for someone. I had to go over there. No. Okay, just play carefully now. We have to play carefully. There's a fucking bomb? Since ahead. That did fucking nothing. Oh my god. Yeah, Fried Special is so much better for this. I swear to god it is, bro. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks that that happened to me. It's gonna do the stupid thing. Okay, never mind. Just doing another stupid thing. No! Okay. That fucking sucks. I gotta leave though. I told you my wrists are fucking hurting. Maybe next week. To be fair, I can grind a lot off stream, so this'll be good, I guess. But yeah, my wrist is fucking hurting. I had to. My head's also hurting, so I had to leave. I'll definitely get it next time. Yeah, I won't do this off stream. I'll just grind, like I said. Then we're going to grind, yeah. We just need to grind, probably. Bye-bye, goodbye. Wait, hang on, I'm not leaving. Yeah, I gotta go here first. Okay, let's see. What is schedule? Tomorrow, I'm gonna play Endocopia. Because, it looks like a fun horror game, and I've been seeing someone who play it, so, you know. Now I gotta play it. I gotta play the horror slot. So yeah. And then Sunday, more Pokemon, and that is the rest of the week. I can't believe it's fucking Friday already.
There you go. Have a head.
Thanks for the head pat. But, yeah. I can't believe Friday's already done, actually, but yeah. I also had to edit. That's also why I wanted to end right now, because I had to do subtitles, and I don't want to, like, you know... I don't want to be doing that until, like, 12 AM, so... the subtitles shouldn't take too long, even though I was fucking yapping that entire video. But yeah. Damn, I'm sad we couldn't beat it. I thought we would be able to, but... whatever. Let me see if I can raid someone who's a VTuber, maybe, hopefully playing Splatoon. Oh, that's an... yeah, I can't read them. They don't speak English. Honestly though, I might not want to raid either because, like I said, I want to edit. So yeah, let me see how good the rest of your night. Thank you. I locked in like for the fucking final boss. I had to. That shit was so difficult. But yeah. Huh. Yeah, I can't raid anyone. I got to leave. I need to edit. So yeah. Anyway. This is a lot of fun. And I hope you guys have a good night. Goodbye. You're just watching? Yeah. My head fucking hurts, bro. I just want to edit. That's all. But yeah. Anyway. Goodbye. How do I end? Goodbye.